Order, please. The Subcommittee on Supply is called to order. Today, we continue discussion on Resolution E4. When we left off last night, the Honorable Member from Dartmouth South had 30 minutes left. So I recognize the Honorable Member from Dartmouth South.
Right, mute. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and may we have no technical difficulties other than my difficulty navigating a computer. We left off talking about childcare, and I would like to go back to that. I think yesterday the minister said that 100% of 4-year-olds have access to childcare, and that would be a reference to pre-primary. Can the minister confirm how many pre-primary spaces there actually are in the province?
The Honorable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
So there's a couple, thank you, Mr. Chair, through to the Honourable Member. Good to see you again. Feel free to mute whenever you wish. So just to give the number of pre-primary students this year that are enrolled, so just over 6,100 were enrolled this year in pre-primary. So I think it's important to recognize that regardless of the number, our system is set up for every 4-year-old that wants to access pre-primary. So there would be no concern on my end around space issues or support issues for those students. But particularly this year is just over 6,100 in pre-primary.
Thank you for that answer. And does the minister know what percentage of 4-year-olds in the province that is?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So that percentage would represent over 75% of our 4-year-olds are enrolled in the pre-primary program. Now we expect that to grow because now we're fully implemented. So we're in every school now. So we expect the number to grow. And as well, COVID would have had a bit of an impact on enrollment, of course, with some students staying home. So, but that 6,100 reflects over 75% of our 4-year-olds across the province.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you. We heard the other day that the pre-primary before and after program, which is funded by CCH, which is always a little mystifying to me, but that's how the cookie crumbles, has 627 spaces across the entire province. So 6,100 kids enrolled, 627 spaces before and after. We have always supported the pre-primary program, but we have always disputed the claim that this program on its own puts women back to work because it's a part-day program. And, you know, we know that there are very few women who work from 9 to 3 or 10 to 3. And so are there plans for rapidly expanding that before and after school program?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to the members. I apologize for the delay. Just getting a couple of different pieces of information in regards to what we're looking at for expansion. So as members probably aware, we started with 8 sites back in January 2019 as a pilot. That jumped to 35 sites. Then COVID came upon us, so this year it dropped down to 28. So there's 28 active sites right now. We are looking at expansion, but as part of that conversation, there's a couple of pieces. Busing is a part of that because that was a concern that was brought up. We do have busing for pre-primary, but there were some concerns that were raised from parents about access to transportation for the before and after school care. And as well, this is something that the federal government has also signaled that they may be interested in doing. So we're talking to them to determine if there's any resources there as well. So to answer your question, we are looking at expansion. There's just a couple of pieces we need to figure out first.
Member?
Thank you. I mean, I understand that parents would like transportation, but I don't think that would be a barrier to them accessing after school care if it was available. Wouldn't be for me. But I wonder if the department knows or tracks how many pre-primary students are accessing before and after school care elsewhere. And also if the department knows how many 4-year-olds are still in regulated daycare spots, because I know, just in my peer group, but also in my constituency, that there are a number of parents who have elected to leave their kids in regulated care because of the hours.
Minister?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the members. So we track the kids that are in the system in pre-primary, we don't keep all of the data for the 4-year-olds that would be outside of the care. I am confident in the number that I do provide, though, when we say over 75% of our 4-year-olds are accessing pre-primary programming that our government has implemented. And I think it's an important point to make that before pre-primary, there was only 25% of our 4-year-olds across the province accessing early childhood education before school. So to answer your question, to the best of my ability, we don't track how many 4-year-olds would be outside of the system, but we do know based on statistics that over 75% of the 4-year-olds across the province are accessing the program.
The member for Dartmouth South.
I thank the minister for that answer. I want to ask about recruitment and retention of qualified early childhood educators. We know that this has been a long-term challenge. Again, we raised this alarm when the government introduced pre-primary, and we're told that the labor force had been thoroughly examined, everything was fine. But we know that the implementation of pre-primary has really intensified worker shortages across the sector. All ECs in Nova Scotia have the same training, they have the same credentials, regardless of where they work. But most ECs in licensed childcare are paid less than their colleagues in pre-primary, but more importantly to the ones that we speak with, they are without benefits. So they don't, not all, but most don't have access to affordable health and dental. We certainly have advocated and believe that extending benefits to these workers is the right thing to do. The ECs who are employed by the provincial government, not just regulated by them, do have access to provincial government plans, but the rest don't. And so I wonder if there's money in this budget somewhere that we didn't see to begin that rollout. And, if there's been any discussion about how to move forward on that.
Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So, important conversation. Actually, this is one of the subjects I'm talking to the association about on the 26th of this month. So, I've had a couple of conversations so far about it. I think really the one thing, one of the challenges here is that a lot of these, ECEs are employed by private providers, so they're not employees of the government. I think this conversation is going to be part of a larger conversation when it comes to a universal system across the board. So at this point right now, of course, we're going to talk about it again on the 26th. They're working on some suggestions for me to look at. Look forward to meeting with them, and I'm sure you and I will have another conversation after that meeting.
Member?
Well, just as small correction to that, I would say that many are employed by nonprofit providers, and I think that's an important distinction. I think another thing that I suspect you'll be discussing with them is pensions, because this is another question that we have heard often. I'm wondering if you've heard that question and if the department has put any thought into that issue.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So the sector has actually done a consultation, so they are going to present us with the findings of that. I don't have the exact date of when that's going to happen, but I know that they've done it, and I look forward to getting the results of the consultation that they provided.
The honourable member.
That sounds like a not planning for it, but open to having a conversation. Hopefully that will lead somewhere. I'm wondering just a few numbers that we're looking for. I'm wondering if the minister can provide us with the total number of trained ECEs in the province and the number of those working in the sector. Ideally, a breakdown of how many are in licensed childcare centres and how many are in pre-primary would be helpful.
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the members. So, as I've said before, in the pre-primary program, there are 900 employees that are in that program, or involved and employed in that program, and then there's 2,500 across the board in regulated childcare, whether private or not-profit. So that gives you a total of about 3,500.
Member.
Thank you. And can the minister confirm the number of trained ECEs in the province?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member. So I got a bit of a list here. It's not too big, but I think it gives you an idea of who's training now and some of the employees. I don't have the exact number of how many trained ECs are in the province, but I think this will give you a little bit of a more of information in regards to the 900 in pre-primary, the 2,500 in the regulated childcare. And this goes into some of the instruction, some of the training that we're doing with other ECs in the province. So we have a level 1 pilot project that had 3 cohorts in the spring of 2020, winter 2021, and spring 2021. There was 311 that went through that program. Then there's the Afrocentric ECE diploma and bursary. We had 26 students enrolled in that program who received bursaries. We had recognition of prior learning assessments, so we're training ECEs in the system. There was 41 that successfully completed it. The NSCC ECE training seat expansion. There were 200 additional seats available over 2 years, a total of 360 seats available over a 3-year period. So we have students enrolled in those programs as well. The Mi'kmaq Bursary, Wagmatcook Learning Center, NSCC Straight Campus 2-year ECE diploma. We have 15 Mi'kmaq students funded to complete that program. So these are some examples. I'm happy to provide that information to you too as well if you'd like it, so you can have it for your own records. But that would give you a bit of an indication. I don't have the exact number of total people in the province, but we're always training, and there's a lot of demand and a lot of positivity towards the sector. People are really seeing it as a career path for them now.
The honourable member.
Okay.
I appreciate that, and I'd love it if you could share or table those statistics. When pre-primary was introduced, the minister assured us that there had been a labor force analysis done and that there were plenty of ECEs in the workforce that could be accommodated in pre-primary and that could continue to work. And that turns out not to have been the case. So we know, for instance, in Dartmouth South, when one of our two daycares that serve the downtown core closed recently or consolidated operations, they pointed to staffing as the reason. It's been extraordinarily difficult. So I am really glad to see all those pilot programs. I'm glad to see the training happened. I'm wondering if, from the minister's staff, you can speak at all to this disconnect. So how is it that we thought there was all these ECEs? Why did we think that? And why weren't they there? And how many do we feel like we need to train right now to accommodate the number of children that we want to be accessing early learning?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So I think one of the important aspects of this, and I appreciate your advocacy on the Dartmouth closure. As we both know, it was a consolidation, so we were able to support the kids that were affected, and the families in the community. So I appreciate your advocacy for your community. So just in regards to ECE, so what I can say at this point is that we have 3,500, give or take, in the system now between pre-primary and regulated childcare. Just on the NSCC portion of training right now, we have 346 potential graduates this year, 259 potential graduates next year. So in the event that everybody completes their program, we're 600 more ECEs in the system. So there's lots of students that are taking the program. They see a career in it, and I don't see a shortage of ECs, and we're not seeing a shortage across the province. So the opposite is actually that people really see it as a career opportunity, and that's why we've continued to invest in training. That's why we continue to invest in expanding our seats into communities that's limited access. And that's why we continue to work with the sector, because they're coming back with some of the concerns that they have addressed with their pay and some of the things they want to see, and we're going to continue to do it.
The honourable member for Dartmouth South with 4.5 minutes left.
Thank you. So I'm going to have to pretty vehemently disagree with the minister on almost every point there. And I encourage the minister to take up this very issue when you meet with the association. In regards to what happened in Dartmouth, it was a consolidation, but in the public communication around that consolidation, they made it clear that they felt like the early childcare sector was on the verge of a crisis, in their words, and that it was difficult for them to attract and retain qualified staff. And a huge part of that has been pre-primary. So again, I believe that the province is now taking this seriously, and I'm glad to see the education. And I agree that people are now being attracted to the field in a different way. But I also think there is a real labor shortage. To the second point, particularly around what happened in Dartmouth, we were grateful that the department provided a phone number and a contact. But, my understanding from speaking to dozens of parents is that, the service provided was essentially an enumeration of other daycares in Dartmouth that people could call. It wasn't anything that people couldn't discover on their own. It wasn't opening up new daycare spots. So, most families have found alternate childcare arrangements. And I would say that many of those childcare arrangements are not within their community, it depends how you define community. But many of the families that access this daycare center were families without a vehicle or with a single vehicle who would walk or cycle or, it's a densely populated urban neighborhood. And this was a center that served that neighborhood for almost 30 years. And so it's been a gigantic loss to our community, and our only other daycare center in the urban core has lost its lease because of what's going on with property values, particularly in Dartmouth South. Their building is being sold, and we are very hopeful that they will find a new location, but that is by no means sure. All of which is to say, the staffing issue is real. And so I really hope that that the department continues to pay attention to this, to advocate with labor and advanced education, to connect with their partners to solve that problem. My last question in my last minute or so is just if the minister could provide us with the total number of licensed childcare spaces in the province today, and how that compares to the number we had a year ago.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chair, how much time do I have left in this round? Oh, you're on mute there.
We're all through this round. The time is expired.
Sorry, I'll answer your question in the next round.
Okay, she'll have the opportunity because we'll be coming back. So with that now, I'll recognize the honorable member for Truro, Bible Hill, Millbrook, Salmon River.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for taking the time and answering our questions. The first question has to do with the dissolution or dissolving of school boards and the increased costs that are associated with those decisions that happened. So you condense, the department condensed the school boards, but it seems like the increased costs to operate the school boards has increased significantly. And I'm just curious to why that is and what the future holds, or does this department or government have any intention in implementing school boards back? Thank you.
The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you as a member, and I'll say to the member, congratulations. I know you and I haven't had a chance to really have a chat since you were elected. So congratulations to you and to your family, because your family is a big part of the journey with you. I kind of followed you on social media a little bit. So as we get more comfortable with one another, I'll continue to treat you like I treat Mr. Chair there from Victoria to the Lakes and his hockey favorites. But what you're so a couple things there. So. You're seeing. Let's talk about the school board. Let's talk about the centers for a start. So we're steadfast in the decision that we made. I can say that from the community that I represent, one of the second largest municipality in the province, the core, Sydney. We made the decision. People understood why we made it. So, and people have accepted it. I can say from a perspective of what we've dealt with in the last year with the pandemic, to have the system that we have in place that is worked very well. We are one of few jurisdictions where our kids remained in class where they belong. To receive the in-class support from our wonderful teachers and staff and access the many important programs, whether it's School Plus or some other supports to support inclusion. So I believe in the system. I believe in the decision that we made. And we have a strong relationship with our regional centers when it comes to the requests that they have. Parents have access through a system where they can meet with regional representatives that in turn to deal with the center if there's a concern that they have or support that they need for their kids. So I support that process. In the budget, really what you're seeing there is a reflection of the investments that we have made as a government that you're seeing in all of the regional centers. So as I've said, we've made $60 million in inclusion supports. So that's additional supports for autism specialists, speech language pathologists, school psychologists. That is support for reading recovery. That is support for our pre-primary program, the 900 employees additional that are now in the system. So really what you're seeing there is a reflection of all of the investments that we've made since 2013. Which represent a 43% increase in the budget. That's also a reflection of over 1,000 new teachers that we've hired into the system in communities across the province. Yeah, you're looking at, we cap classes as well. So all of these things would be reflected in that budget. And you're also probably seeing some numbers in there regarding our continued efforts to battle the pandemic to make sure that the supports are there for the regional centers, that they have the flexibility to make some moves that they need to make. To support the PPE or the cleaning or the other supports. So that's why you would be seeing the big reflection of the budget increase.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, the Minister, for answering that question. It'll lead me into my next question around, excuse me, the province allocated $5.5 million between the regional centers during COVID to eliminate rental fees to gymnasiums. So we're happy and excited, and a lot of for example, my daughter played in the Minor Basketball Association, and for the first time, and she's thoroughly enjoyed it. For her, it was only one time a week due to the cleaning schedules and the availability to staff and whatnot. But to go back to the 5.5 million to the regional centers, I'm just wondering, I guess my question is, was it allocated to the regional centers, that 5.5 million? And if it was allocated, can you go through the breakdown to the different regional centers? Would that be possible? Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the members. So it's funny, I play basketball, well, I try to play basketball on Tuesday nights with a bunch of guys my age. And the minute I became the Minister of Education, I had 14 new protesters trying to get me to look at ways we can get more access to the gyms. But I can tell you that in regards to the 5.5, so what we do is not divvying up between the centers. So we would go to the centers and we would say, what do you anticipate are going to be your costs for cleaning, for all of the essentials necessary to open those gyms? So we went through that process. We have the cashier. We'll reconcile with them at the end of the year. So what we ran into is we went through this process where we went and we're trying to open up gyms, and then COVID restrictions changed. So as we know, we kind of pulled back a bit on that. It's not an easy decision to make, but most importantly for all of us is to ensure that our kids are in class and that we keep that environment as safe as possible. I know that's hard for families that want to access our facilities. I have 2 young daughters, so you know everybody's feeling that. But ultimately, as one of the only jurisdictions in North America that has been able to keep our kids in school, to receive in-class teaching, to have those supports available to them while they're at school, that has always been priority one. That has been the foundation that the whole system's been built on. So the 5.5 is there. We've done some budgeting with the centers. We'll work with them accordingly, depending on what they need by the end of the year.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to the Minister for providing that feedback. I too, I don't play basketball, I play a little hockey, and I know the same feeling. The hockey rinks were wide open, and when I was speaking with the regional center, just to provide you with a little feedback about the situation, the concern from the local basketball association. They talked about an in-depth cleaning at stadiums and arenas, and I can assure you what I've seen anyways, personally, and crossed our fingers the whole year, we got through it. But I don't think that standard was there. I did, however, ask the local regional director for what because the cleaning process was roughly 90 minutes. And so that sort of blocked out a lot of opportunity for these kids to participate in sport, to help them with their mental and physical minds and bodies, to really encourage that activity and be active. And truly, when I asked for the cleaning and asked for the cleaning schedule and asked for the opportunity, I guess, to understand what the standard really is, it wasn't clear. And 90 minutes to clear a gym or clean a gym that they go in one door, out the other, they're touching basketballs. And I know this is getting into a health question, but more so, why was that standard 90 minutes, I guess, throughout the school system? And that same standard wasn't in the community facilities.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you, I should wait till you actually announce that I'm here, Mr. Speaker. I apologize, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the members. So I'll start off by saying it's been a journey for everyone in the system. I do want to recognize. I think sometimes in the conversation. That when we talk about all of the heroes of our education system, when it comes to ensuring that our kids are in class, all the supports are there for them to receive, is that our cleaning staff, our bus drivers, and our other managerial, whether it's administrative or other support staff, need to be part of that conversation. They kept the schools open to the best of their ability. The regional centers really kind of drive the process when it comes to ensuring people get into the schools and keep them clean. But again, really, I think it's important to note again that as tough as it has been on not having our community facilities open for an extended period of time, how important they are to the community is not lost on me at all. As somebody who uses them regularly, we are one of very few jurisdictions that has kept our kids in class. And that has been the foundation of everything. IWK, our stakeholders across the province, stakeholders nationally and internationally have all said that during the pandemic, what we have done in Nova Scotia to keep our kids in school was needed, it was necessary, and I'm sure you don't disagree. I think it's going to be a work in progress until we get past the point where we can just open up again. We have to be flexible enough that we can open our facilities when we feel it's safe, but also shut them down when we need to shut them down. So really, the biggest thing is to continue to ask the community for support and love and compassion and patience as we get vaccinated, as we've done through the whole pandemic. Look after one another. Our facilities will get back to normal. There are people working extremely hard to ensure that we can provide what we can provide in the community, and they'll continue to have the support from me, and they'll continue to have the support from the department.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again to the Minister. I have really one last question for you. Keep you on your hot seat. I guess Department of Education Early Childhood Development announced $15 million this past year and talked, I believe last night, reinvesting additional dollars for more inclusive education supports for students, which includes hiring a number of EAs. I guess my question is, could you clarify or provide an update on where the $15 million was allocated? I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So I'll give you a bit of a breakdown of what we're spending the money on. So in 2020, 2021, we hired an additional 100 plus staff in various aspects of inclusive education, whether it's speech language support, whether it's autism support, whether it's through our anti-racism, anti-discrimination work that we're doing with both students and staff. There's a pretty significant list when it comes to what we're investing in. So that was 2020, 2021. So gearing up for 21, 22, we're hiring an additional 250 staff to help support inclusive education across the province. So that would be across all centers. And again, that would include a number of aspects in working with our regional centers for the supports that they need for students in the system.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for being open on those comments. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm now going to pass it over to my colleague for Pictou West.
Thank you. It's an honor. Appreciate it.
I recognize the honourable member from Pictou West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for allowing me to have this opportunity to ask a few questions. My first question through you to the Minister is around water safety, really, within our school system. In particularly, I would like to know what has been done in recent years. It was a huge issue. Well, it always has been. But I recall bringing this issue to the past Minister of Education, 2019, and indicating that there was a lot of changes going to be happening and that there would be regular testing. But as I speak here today, one school in Pictou West, Scottsburn Elementary School, is now over a decade of having lead in their water and neurotoxin that basically poses serious health risks to young developing brains. So this is an elementary school. So it's very worrisome for parents and teachers. So I'm hoping that you can provide an update and a status on that school in particularly, but as well as what is the plan to be testing schools throughout this province for lead and different chemicals?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member, good to see you. We haven't had a chance to have a conversation in a while, so I look forward to the discussion we're going to have today. So particularly with every school, there is safe drinking water, and we ensure it for our students. So I want to make that an important point to everyone who is with us and watching. We are installing the stations in the school. So the first step for us, particularly we'll use the school that you're talking about. It's the same process really for every school. We're installing the touchless water stations. Once we do that, then we will run some more tests. The regional center will test again. to determine that we have corrected the situation. If not, then we look at what additional remediation steps we need to take to ensure that we can correct, we can do our best to correct the situation. So that's the process that we go through. So that school will have the touchless water stations. We'll do the regional center. We'll do some more tests, and then we'll determine what to do from there.
Member?
Thank you. So again, this has been over a decade for Scottsburn Elementary and still no resolution. So I won't belabor it, but I do want it to be on your radar. It's time that this school gets fixed. It's time that parents and teachers and students do not have to worry. I do believe that safe measures were taken to supply them with safe drinking water, but it's not good enough and it's not acceptable. The school's going to be there for a long time. It's a community that has a good population that's going to ensure that the school remains open. So it's concerning. And again, I just ask that you put this on your radar as a priority. It's unfair to the school to have gone this long without safe drinking water. And I guess just a yes or no answer. So is it mandated through your department now that lead testing, like other provinces like Ontario and Alberta, actually mandate lead testing at schools?
Minister?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we direct the centers to do it.
The honourable member.
Thank you, and I thank the minister for that answer. Moving right along to policing in schools. Something that it's just my personal opinion, is every high school, I would say almost every high school. I know there's the odds high school, even in Cape Breton. I'm not sure if it's actually in the chair's constituency or not, where there's 3 or 4 students. But I believe in our high schools, we should have a full-time police officer. And this was something that was started years ago. And I think it's SSRO, a school safety resource officer. And it's part of the additional officers program, which is funded by the province. And I realize, and you will clarify for me, please, Minister, I'm assuming that it's funded through the Department of Education or possibly the Department of Justice. The issue I have is that Northumberland Regional High School here in Pictou West, it's a very, very large school. We have, close to 1,000 students from grades 9 to 12. This is a school that I've spoken to the principal many of times. There's heavy drug use of ice, and which is a form of meth. This is it's getting out of control. It's out of control, and we lost due to no fault of the individual, but we did lose our safety resource officer when school started this September due to their involvement in the mass shooting. And we have not received a position yet for someone to fill that position. And it's really making an unsafe environment at the school and causing much due stress to teachers and the principal. So what can you share with me on that status?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the members. So absolutely valid and important question. It's something that we want to ensure that we're doing everything we can to support our kids and help them to understand that some of the dangers that they may face and some of the supports that are there for them to access while they're in school and in the community. So in regards to the police in schools, so you're right, boots on the street is where it's funded. I remember when that was implemented back, I think it was 2008 or so now. So the program's been around for a while. The Department of Justice runs it. So we don't have any say over that. And where the officers go, the regional centers really work with local law enforcement agencies and the Department of Justice to determine, they make the decisions on where they will go. But what I will commit to the members, that we'll do a follow-up for you with the regional center, and then we can get back to you just to determine how the decision making was, to determine where officers will be in the community. Okay.
The honorable member for Pictou West, if you could ask the question, and then when we come back from our COVID break, the minister can answer you. You have enough time to ask your question.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I actually didn't hear the last part of his answer. It got a little blurry there. So if you could just reconfirm what it is you're going to get for me as an information,
Sure.
That would be great.
Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the member. So we're going to follow up with the regional center for you, just to determine how the decision making was made, because this regional center will make the decision with local police agencies and Department of Justice to determine where those resources are. So we'll do a follow up for you.
Good timing. Good timing.
Okay.
So we'll now take our 15-minute COVID break. We'll be back at 3:25, and the PC caucus will have the first half hour of that time period. 3:25. Please. The subcommittee on supply resumes. We'll go now to the honorable member from Pictou West. You have 30 minutes in this round.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the time that I've been offered, and I'll just finish up. I have actually just one question left. It's regarding outdoor alternative schools. My colleague and I wrote to the department back in the fall to basically secure a meeting with a constituent of mine who is a teacher and a businessman, and put together a very well detailed comprehensive plan on starting an outdoor school and as an alternative school. And we never heard back. We were really disappointed. We had asked for a meeting, just even an acknowledgement, but we never received one. So this individual has gone through a lot of work, is actually starting it on his own, has received a lot of interest. It's amazing. And I think given the circumstances of this modern world that we're living in and how things are changing so quickly for our youth, and I think we just have to face it that it's not, school's just not meant for everyone. It's not everyone's cup of tea, and there has to be other options. And I know that parents have spoken to me that they will be seeking out these other options where their children will be ensured less time on screens and phones and computers and more time in nature, but still learning the basics. And so I'm wondering, first of all, if the minister will agree to meet with myself and my colleague from Dartmouth East to meet with this gentleman who has put this incredible plan together. I can guarantee you will be most interested in it. So first of all, I'm looking for a guarantee that you or your deputy minister will at least sit down with us and just maybe an explanation of your thoughts on such an alternative school.
The Honorable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So yeah, I'll make that commitment. Staff, I know have been engaged just at a staff level, so we'll work it out with the member to determine what needs to happen for the meeting to take place. So we're happy to meet with stakeholders that come forward with any ideas, and I am as well. So it's for our kids and making sure that we do whatever we can to support our kids. So we're always interested, and I'm always interested in hearing feedback and ideas from Nova Scotians. So we'll set that up. And just on the idea of outdoor learning and overall, it's really kind of one of the things that came out of COVID for a lot of us is the ability to have extra space, to give students more of that opportunity outside of the classroom setting, but also under the umbrella of the supports that schools offer to our students and families every day. So we'll set that up as quick as we can, and I look forward to meeting with your stakeholder in your community.
Member.
Thank you very much. And just on one last question before I turn it over to my colleague. I'm just curious, children in Canada, the stat is really on Canadian kids, but I would say that kids in Nova Scotia are amongst this average of 7.5 hours in front of screens each day. And I'm wondering if the department actually has a breakdown of the different grades and how many hours each grade would be on a computer or a phone as part of their learning education. But I'm just wondering if there's any way we can get those stats.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the honorable members. So really the amount of time that a student would have using a technology device, whether it's a tablet or a phone, really the teacher in the classroom determines that, how much that would be used. Now, mind you, technology has played a huge benefit in our system with assistive technology for students that needed support. So it's been very important. I know that in my own experience with my wife, she's the learning center teacher at a local high school, so she uses assistive technology with her students, which has been a huge help for them in communicating with her and with her peers, and helping support them on their education journey. So there's lots of positives when it comes to technology. It's as we don't measure it as a department, but the teachers really it's at their discretion. I will say that fortunate for us as a province, the last year technology has been important. Last year with the purchases that we had to make to support learning at home as a result of schools closing. We were fortunate this year that our schools remained open, so our students had lots of access to more traditional teaching with blended use of technology.
The honorable member.
Thanks so much, and thanks for those comments. I will say there are absolutely lots of benefits, but there's no denying that there's lots of disadvantages, and we're starting to see proof of that, and we're starting to see studies of how damaging it actually is. But we could go on and on. This is a whole different conversation. So right now, I want to thank you, Minister, for your answers. I look forward to following up on a visit. And I will pass it over to my colleague from Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
And just to follow up, Mr. Chair, on the members' comments from Pictou West, this is a big conversation that we're having with our stakeholders now. What the classroom and the system looks like post-COVID. What are the things that we learned? I mentioned one of the aspects around outdoor learning is something that is very interesting to me. Giving students, as you said, technology has its benefits. We also know getting outdoors has its benefits too as well. And there's a great project in Marion Bridge where there was an outdoor classroom that was designed with the support of the Mi'kmaq community. It's absolutely spectacular, and I really think that's one of the things that's going to come out of this for all of us is that our teachers have been amazing to do what they've done, but we all know that there's things that we're going to learn through the pandemic. So time will tell. Thanks.
I recognize the honorable member from Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start off by saying that I am very excited to have this opportunity to speak with you about this. The very first experience I had as an MLA was a discussion around Cole Harbour High School versus Island View High School and what might be happening with the future of Cole Harbour High. And of course, at the time when Island View High opened, it took a lot of students out of Cole Harbour High. So there was some major concerns from the people in Cole Harbour that the school might close down. So I'm just wondering 4 years later, if the minister can tell me what the plans are for Cole Harbour High School.
The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member. Looking forward to the conversation that you and I are going to have. I'm always happy to hear from my colleagues about some of the things that they think are good and some of the challenges that they see. So, particularly with Cole Harbour High, there's a future for Cole Harbour High. We all see that. We've made a number of investments in the school when it comes to infrastructure. A couple of high important points to note is that that's one of the schools where we have the Technology Advantage program. They offer the IBM diploma too as well through the PTech program, and they have the Skilled Trade Center. So for me, looking at some of the characteristics of the school, some of the things that I want to try to implement, especially around skills trades as we move into new technologies and renewable energy and stuff, there's a big future for the school. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you. Can I, thank you very much. Can I just follow up? Does that mean you can confirm for my constituents that there is no plan to shut down the school as the high school over the next 4 years?
Minister?
Yeah, I'll confirm that. Yeah, at this time, yeah.
Member.
Thank you very much. I'm ecstatic. Speaking of the IB and Skills Trades program, it is offered at Cole Harbour. It's an excellent program. Auburn also has the automotive. Island View High School has no skills trades or the IB program. And I understand you can't have it everywhere. But the problem we've had that I've been talking to the former minister about is that there is no busing from Eastern Passage to Cole Harbour. I am working with city councillors and have been for the last 4 years to try to get a bus connection between Cole Harbour and Eastern Passage. But as I mentioned to the former minister, to get on the bus in Eastern Passage, go downtown Dartmouth, then get on another bus and go all the way out Cole Harbour Road to Cole Harbour High School is an hour and a half one way. So there are students who can't access that program. And even though in the first year that they did have courtesy busing, the very first year that Island View opened, but following that, any student from Eastern Passage or Cow Bay that goes to Cole Harbour High has no bus service. So I'm just wondering if the minister would consider meeting with me and the principal from Island View High School just to discuss the busing concerns along with the principal from Cole Harbour High School, just in terms of what needs to be available on an equitable basis between the students that live in Cole Harbour and the students that live in Eastern Passage, Shearwater, Cow Bay area.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member. This is a conversation her and I are going to have again, just because I think there's a little bit of back and forth. I want to have just a couple of questions about, some of your previous meetings that you may have had. So I think the first step I'm going to take is just do a little bit of homework myself. I'll meet with the regional center, have a conversation with them, because I think there's some catchment area concerns that are involved with the bus route. So what I'll say right now is I'll do a follow-up with you away from estimates, so you and I can have a conversation, but just let me do a little bit of homework here on my end on your behalf.
The honourable member.
That's great. I appreciate that. One of the other concerns that has come forward from some grade 9 students actually at Island View High School was their concern about the mental well-being of the students. And we had a meeting because they wanted to know more about what was available in our community, which of course we all know, we have no family doctor, no collaborative health center, no mental health services. Just for the minister's reference, the 3 downtown Dartmouth clinics that you could go to for mental health care were easily accessible by Eastern Passage, straight line bus right to them. Now we've got it moved out to Cole Harbour, ironically within a stone's throw of the Cole Harbour Mental Health Clinic. So it is now less accessible than it used to be. So the students are concerned that because of COVID closing down, that there hasn't been enough mental health services in their community, right in the school. So I'm just wondering what the minister's thoughts are on expanding the current mental health services directly in the high schools right at the moment. What's your plan?
The Honorable Minister.
Oh, can't hear you. Oh.
He's talking to staff, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through to the member. So there's a piece of that which is through the Department of Health. So I'd like to go back and look at the catchment area for access to family doctor, because I do believe that the community does have a high attachment, which is great. We're always striving in communities across Nova Scotia to recruit and retain our medical professionals. Particularly on the education side of things with the school. So there is access to School Plus there, which gives students access to mental health clinicians, school psychologists, and there is a school counselor there. So if students or you for that matter, if you need to talk to anybody, they're there for the students. So we want to make sure that the students are aware of that. So it's the grade 9s in particular you were talking to about this. So maybe what we can do is just make sure that the school is aware that you asked this question, that you were talking to the grade 9s, and that they're aware of the services and supports that are there, not only for them, but for all the students.
The member for Cole Harbour Eastern Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank the Minister for the answer. As you all know, we do have a high attachment right now because I got us a clinical nurse practitioner. That is not a collaborative health center, and that does not come with any mental health services. And so we still need to work on that piece. But I do want to go back to the grade 9 students, the 2 that approached me. They were speaking with me both about regular mental health needs triggered by being a youth, as well as those triggered by COVID-19. But they also wanted to raise issues related to racism, transgender population, and the students themselves, when I challenged them on what it was that they were looking for that wasn't already offered, they did their own survey of a certain population of their students and came back to me and presented those stats to me. And our Island View High School Enhancement Committee, of which I serve on, with former MLA and now City Councillor Becky Kent, former MLA Kevin DeVoe, and others. And we actually put in a grant application that wasn't accepted because the nonprofit group that we work with didn't actually, weren't eligible. But when we spoke to Kids Help Phone and Mental Health Services of Nova Scotia, they said, wow, this is a really unique idea. we think that this program that you were talking about wanting to do is something that might be useful. So I'm wondering if the minister or one of his staff would be willing to meet virtually with the students so that they could share with you their perspective. They're a very unique stakeholder and extremely well-spoken. And I just think it would be an opportunity to engage the grade 9s in a way that we haven't done so in the past.
Minister?
Yeah, David, invite.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for the question. So absolutely, anytime I can assure the member this, and all members of the House, at any time that a student has an idea that they want to bring forward or concern that they have, that we will be there and I will be there to support their advocacy for something and to make sure that we hear them out. So we do have a youth project that we fund through the department. We will ensure that we have staff meet with those 2 grade 9 students to ensure that their voice is heard. So we'll make sure that happens.
The honourable member.
Thank you very much. They will be very happy to hear that. We have a diversity and inclusion committee in my community to try to improve the sense of value and recognition of the diversity of the members of our community. And one of the things that we looked at was how much education there was in each of the courses in each of the grades from primary to 12. And one of the things that stood out was that there wasn't really anything offered in grade 10 or grade 12, and there were only 2 courses offered in grade 11. So it seemed that it was all weighted on in the early years, which is of course great, but it seemed that it really petered out in those final years. And I'm just wondering if you were aware of that, or if you thought there might be an opportunity here to expand what is offered in the higher grades.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So a great question, important question, one that is an evolving conversation for not only education, but for communities across the province. You are correct in saying that some of the courses are embedded in particular grades that are very specific. You referenced grades 10 and 12. Now, we don't have specific courses in that, but a lot of our subjects within that, it's embedded. Like I know I use Canadian history as one of them. Really not. It's not completely directly engaged in the diversity and conversation, but there's a number of courses that it really stretches across. What I want to let the member know is that we are actually going through a review right now to determine what else we want to offer to our students in regards to ensuring that we're doing everything we can to support and educate diversity in our classrooms. And we're making some significant investments when it comes to not only our students, but ensuring we have leadership modules for our staff too within our schools to help support them as they continue the very important conversation about diversity in our classrooms and with our students in our communities.
Member?
Great, thank you very much. And I'd like to turn my time now next to the Minister from Northside Westmount.
Minister.
I recognize the member from Northside Westmount.
I got a promotion.
Minister, how are you?
Good, Minister, and you?
I'm going to ask you the questions.
Well, I might be on the, you haven't been there much longer. A couple of questions for the Minister. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First question I have for the Minister is in relation to busing. And I'm wondering, what are the policies laid out by the Department of Education for students that are outside of their catchment area, who live outside their catchment area? And specifically, I have one constituent, they had a child and they didn't want their child for several reasons to attend the school that was in their catchment area because it was too large and would have been too challenging for their child's learning. It just wasn't a proper environment. So they ended up, they're driving about an hour and 15 minutes one way in the morning, and in the evening or late in the afternoon, they're going back to that school in the Grand Narrows area to pick their child up. They approached the school board the Center for Education back in the fall related to they religiously park along the side of the road, you know, at a point in time where the buses pick up to deliver to that school. And that was not deemed a workable solution from the Center for Education. So I was just curious if the Minister could shed some light on the policies surrounding this.
Minister?
And
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to the member. And listen, I appreciate the conversation. I know that there's a few members that have these situations that arise when it comes to busing. So what I can say at this point right now is these decisions are really driven by the regional center. There are some rules and regulations around catchment areas and students coming from outside catchment areas, but this is one, again, with the member. I'm happy to have a chat later on just to get a little more information, but ultimately these go through the center, and that's where the decision is made. They make all the decisions around busing.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I thank the Minister for the answer. Okay. And I will connect with the Minister later on that matter. My follow-up area of interest is the new middle school for Northside. And the Minister nodding his head, so I assume he knew that I'd be coming. Back in 2016, Thompson, what was Thompson Junior High and then became Thompson Middle School, was closed, and they announced that those students would be bused to Sydney Mines. And now, last year, the middle school appeared on the capital budget plan. It's there again this year. It's about 3 to 4 years out. By the point in time, I think the capital budget of 24-25, by that point in time, if the school is indeed ready by then, that will be 9 years from the initial closure of Thompson Middle School and the students being bused. So at this point, there's been very little information in the community as far as we don't know where the project is at. Sure, okay, it's in the capital budget. That's great. But We don't know where it is in the development process. Has a site been selected? Has a design been selected? What is the site? When is the government realistically going to start breaking ground on this? So I look forward to what the minister's information is.
Order, please. The minister will have to give it to you after 5:10 because the time for the PC caucus is up. And we'll go now for before a break to the NDP caucus. The member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. I'd like to yield my time to the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. Yep. Okay. Looks like you can hear me. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'd like to ask a couple of questions about the CSAP, the Acadian School Board. Building a new CSAP school on the Halifax Peninsula was included in the 2019-2020 capital plan. The Department of Education and Early Childhood Development's multi-year capital plan for 2022-2025 includes 2 HRM locations under the heading of new schools, École Secondaire Mosaic and a Halifax Peninsula Elementary School. Can the minister provide just some more detail about what is planned?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good to see the member. Usually we were talking about all things energy and mine, so it's nice to talk about education. But I just want to say, just to give you a bit of an update, so TIR is in the process of looking at sites, which is a bit of a challenge when you're into the peninsula. We want to make sure that land is of a premium here, really. So that process is ongoing. Once that is done, we will release a request for design. That's going to be in 21-22, so it'll be this year. And at that point, we'll be receiving feedback from the community. So, so right now, we're just waiting on the report from Transportation Infrastructure Renewal, so we can get to the RFP process, so we can get to talk to the community and look at the design of the building.
Member for Halifax Needham.
Okay, thanks very much. You know, in September 2019, we learned that the government would buy and renovate Newbridge Academy for $28 million and turn it into a high school for the CSAP. And part of the deal that the government made with the building owner, Donald McDonald, was that his company, Dora Construction, would be given a $10 million contract to complete renovations on the building. While we fully recognize the need to make investments to address increasing enrollment within the CSAP, it is odd, given the announced process, the discussed and kind of the government's choice of process around releasing 5-year capital plans, because it wasn't on the 5-year capital plan at that time, but it is now included in the capital plan as a new school. So is that just like, I don't know, anything you want to say about kind of adding an additional new school sort of after the fact, rather than having it on the 5-year capital plan, sort of looking into the future?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry for the delay through you to the member. I'm getting a bit of a history lesson here while as I try to answer your question. So there was the initial plan to do a PP to 12 on the peninsula, and really looking at the premium of land being on a premium, here on the peninsula. It's been a bit of a challenge. TIR is doing the work to look at potential sites. So CSAP actually approached the government with a new suggestion of building a PP to 8 on the peninsula, and then using the school over in Dartmouth, which is open now, as the 9 to 12. So that it's been a great working relationship with CSAP. We see, of course, the importance for the CSAP students in the community to get that new school, and I'm going to do whatever I can to make sure that we can get it over the finish line.
The honourable member.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess I wonder if we might anticipate other sort of additions to the capital plan, or alterations to the capital plan in the future when other possibilities arise. So if you want to comment on that, great. And if not, we'll leave it for now. The CSAP currently leases a building which houses École Marimonde in the south end of Halifax. Are there limitations on how long that property will be available to CSAP? And second sort of corollary to that, if a new school is being constructed on the peninsula, is it anticipated that it would be on that site? In which case, are there plans for where students would go while the new school is being constructed?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So there are, as I said, there's a commitment for a new school on the peninsula. I want to do whatever I can as the minister to support that. A lot of the work still falls under transportation infrastructure renewal, so they're going through the process. But I think the biggest message I want to leave with you and to your members and to the families and students is that as we go through the transition from where they are now to whatever that new building will be, is to completely minimize any disruption to them in their learning environment moving forward. So I'm very cognizant of the fact that when you get into these situations, that you don't want to disrupt their learning environment. So we're going to do whatever we can to support them along the way.
The member for Halifax Needham.
Okay. I'm going to move on with some questions about school food, which I think we're supportive and pleased to see, I think mentioned in your mandate letter. Where in the budget would we find investments in school food programs, school breakfast programs or lunch programs, and can the minister provide the amount of that investment as well as how it is allocated?
The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for her patience as I get some information for her in regards to some numbers. So just I think there's what we do annually. So annually there's 1.7 million that we provide for food within our schools. Now we actually give that money to health. So health plays a part, excuse me, in distributing the funds. So schools can use that for breakfast, healthy snacks, lunches. So that's at their discretion to do it. I know that's the snacks are provided in some of the younger grades too as well. So I know just from my own experience, just with families in the community, that money's been used for various through various points of the day. So there's that side of it. During the pandemic, we actually added additional funds to that program, which was 500,000, which during the shutdown of school, we actually were still supporting families with food. We were delivering food in some cases to families across the province to ensure that the kids were still receiving that support, even though schools were closed. And you know, we're looking at, it is part of my mandate letter, so I'm actually excited about it. I think there's an opportunity for us to use more local food within our schools to support local entrepreneurs across the province. So that's going to be one of the things that I'm going to be looking at as part of my mandate.
The honourable member.
Thank you. Well, I hope that the department will reach out to some of the great local leaders that have really pioneered school food programs. I know both in the Valley and on the South Shore, there's been great initiatives. I think at least one of which was kind of sidelined during COVID. So just to clarify, does the department have staff to support the delivery of school food programs?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the members. So I just really want to start by thanking all of the volunteers that have been part of the partnerships that we have formed with the department. You know, Department of Health is a big partner with us. Nourish Nova Scotia, they're a big partner with us. They were huge assets during the pandemic to make sure that we were getting food to our students. We continue to partner with them. So really, that's an overall view of the network that we use here through the department to get support to the students. But of course, as you know, that's based on an army of volunteers that really stepped up and continue to step up every day to make sure that, you know, if we're running a program in the school, there's lots of volunteers in the past that have taken up the challenge to do that to help our kids, and they continue to do it. So I think that answers your question.
Member.
I'm wanting to scroll back through that answer to see if it answered my question about whether there were staff. You talked about Nourish. You talked about maybe you did. So I'm just going to move on to my next question. How many schools in Nova Scotia have food banks? And how are they supported by the government? Do they rely mostly on charitable donations to operate? And does the department have any data on the number of students who access school food banks?
Minister.
Okay, thank you. I have some statistics from the education standpoint. I don't have the statistics around how many students will be accessing food banks, but I can tell you that 6.3 in last year, 2019-2020, 6.3 million breakfasts were served in the system to students, and we offer it everywhere. So it's just so we're not singling anybody out. It's available to everyone. So 6.3 million breakfasts. 94% of our schools are offering a breakfast program, and 91% of those are operating 5 days a week. So that's from our statistics of the programs that we offer within the schools to our students. Now, as you know, and all of our members would know, there are some amazing organizations that also provide food options for our students. There's I look at the Whitney Pier Boys and Girls Club as one of them, where they receive funding from various departments where they're providing meals throughout the day to students. There's some great organizations. I use Cape Breton as an example because that's where I'm from, in Ingles Bay too as well. The food bank there, and they're supporting students as well. So there are a number of departments that are involved with funding, but particularly with the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development. Those numbers are probably the strongest numbers I can tell you right now. So 6.3 million meals is a significant number, but it's a number that we're going to continue to support and most likely grow as we look at other options to support students.
The honourable member.
Thank you for that information. I want to move on to inclusion. The government business plan says, quote, "We will continue to implement the recommendations from the Commission on Inclusive Education to create an education system for all students." This year, there is another $15 million allocated for implementing recommendations from the Commission. However, we still have not seen any plan for how the government is addressing the findings of the Commission. Can the minister identify the specific recommendations that the department will be addressing with this budget?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the members. So there are a number of investments that we're making based on the conversations that we had around the report, but also the feedback we're receiving from educators across the province, from our healthcare partners with the IWK and the Department of Health, with stakeholders within the community that look at issues of racism and discrimination. So a lot of our funding this year is built around that. You're looking at another 250 staff that are going to be hired within this budget. That takes the total to over 600 staff within the system. That includes speech language support, that includes autism support, that includes school psychologists, that includes student counselors, that includes the work we're doing around anti-racism, anti-discrimination, supporting new curriculum in the classroom, but also supporting modules for our staff to ensure that they have all the supports that they need. So this is all part of the work that was done with the report, but again, also with the feedback and the support we were receiving from the community at large.
Member?
Thank you. One specific recommendation from the Commission's Students First report was to replace the 2012 Developing and Implementing Programming for Students with Autism Spectrum Disorder resource document with updated provincial guidelines that reflect the new model of inclusive education and multi-tiered supports as part of a new provincial autism strategy. Will this be part of the work on inclusive education done within this budget?
Minister?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, through each member. So yes, that will be part of the strategy this year, and that's something that's important for me to ensure that it is part of this year's work in the budget. There's a framework around that work when we look at the new strategy, and I'm happy to have further conversations with the member as we get more information and as we move forward with the strategy.
The honourable member.
Okay, I will make sure that my colleague from Dartmouth South, who is the spokesperson on this file, knows that. I think there would be interested in any updated information around the framework for implementation, including budget allocations to that work. The Commission on Inclusive Education reported that many schools identified capital needs as a barrier to offering inclusive programming. And of course, this government has embraced a commitment to being entirely accessible by 2030. So, universal design also has to be implemented in our schools, some of the most important public buildings. How is the department working with the regional centers to address the capital needs of schools related to inclusion?
Minister?
Thank you, Ms. Speaker, through to the member. So this is very important for us. You're absolutely right. As a government, we made a commitment to be fully accessible by 2030. Of course, with all of our new school builds, that is a major part of the design. Understanding that we have older infrastructure, the regional centers will come forward with their priorities. We also there's a built-in committee that we're involved with the regional centers that look at what we need to do to ensure accessibility issues are addressed within our infrastructure. So that work is ongoing. That's ongoing all of the time. So and of course, as a government and any government that comes after us, those investments are going to have to be there to help support those schools.
The honourable member.
Are you able to provide a breakdown at all of how much has been spent on capital needs related to inclusion to date?
Order, please. The minister will have time to get the answers as we go on our COVID break. We'll resume again at 4:40. Committee on Supply resumes. I recognize the honorable member from Halifax Needham. You have 30 minutes left.
Sorry. Click the right buttons. Oh, and it looks like my colleague from Dartmouth South has just resumed. Do you want to pick it up? We're just coming back from the break.
Mr. Chair, I just want to, the member had a question regarding infrastructure around our plan for the 2030 accessibility legislation. So I'm trying to track down a number for her. I would have an overall number of that we would have to pull together in regards to the money we're spending on new school builds, the money that we've spent on renovations. That may be more of a global number overall, but the number that I think she's looking for would be kind of embedded within that number. So it would take some time to pull that together, but I'm going to try my best to see what we can provide to you after these proceedings. I just don't have it in front of me right now. Okay. So I just want to follow up on that. That was a question for the break.
Yeah. The member for Halifax Needham.
I will turn over the time again to our spokesperson on education, the member for Dartmouth South.
I recognize the honourable member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And before I jump back into what the minister was discussing with my colleague, I want to go back to something that we were discussing last night. When I asked the minister about recent Stats Canada data that showed that the number of children in childcare under 6 had decreased in Nova Scotia from 61% back down to 55%. I believe the minister said he would look into that tonight and be able to address last night and be able to address that today. Is there any progress on that question?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have some information for the member from our conversation from last night. So what I can say is that the results in Nova Scotia, the decrease that she talks about, is consistent really right across the board in provinces across the country. From the data we've been receiving from centres, it is consistent. What I can say is that this is more about a bit of the drop and not the amount of spaces that are available, because we do actually have 2,000 additional spaces within the system. We just saw a drop like other provinces due to the pandemic. So, what I've said multiple times is that this is one of the main reasons why we wanted to continue to fund the sector through the pandemic to ensure that it came out of the pandemic as strong as possible. So we saw a bit of a drop our provincial centers across the country seen a bit of a drop, but we continue to maintain the spaces that are available for kids.
Member?
I thank the minister for that. I think it is a pattern across the country, and certainly that StatsCan report shows that. And I think that's really consistent with what I, have been trying to raise on the floor of the House this session, which is that this is a recession. This is a pandemic that is different from other economic downturns, and has impacted families and in particular women in really different ways. And we are seeing the results of that with a reduction of children in childcare, which, I would suggest, and the data would suggest, is correlated to a reduction of women's participation in the workforce. That may not be women leaving the workforce. It may be going from full-time to part-time, and other associated pressures, all of which is kind of fodder for our real sort of clear focus on universal childcare, because unlike the existing pre-primary program, which again we have supported, but does not have the flexibility to allow a parent to work full-time, universal childcare would do that. Regulated childcare does do that, but we can't accommodate as many children as we need to. So I want to go back to some of the questions that you were discussing with my colleague. This budget includes $2 million to create and fund 6 positions in the new Office of Equity and Anti-Racism Initiatives. And so we are told that these are to address systemic racism, promote diversity, improve the economic, social, educational, and health outcomes of all Nova Scotians, which of course we support. But my question to the minister is, how will these people and initiatives work within or liaise with the education system, where we know so many of these issues are present and also where sometimes they start?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member, a very important question. We've already been engaged with the new department because there are a number of initiatives that we're involved with in education that they will also play a role in. That of course includes our curriculum for our students, ensuring that we're supporting and expanding the curriculum for students to ensure that is culturally responsive to their needs. Also designing new leadership modules within our staff and provide the support to them as they enter the classroom and teach our students. So there's some pretty significant investments that we're making from the inclusive education piece, but also partnering with the new department that our deputies already been engaged in, and that I'll be engaged in with the minister.
The honourable member.
Thank the minister for that answer. The Black Learners Advisory Committee report was published in 1994, and we've raised this in the House several times. That was a long time ago, but that report, which was a real kind of landmark in our education system, documented the achievement gap which exists for African Nova Scotian and Indigenous students. This was echoed in the Glazed report, which came decades later. And both of these reports, it also was echoed in the report on inclusive education. These last reports made recommendations that were made in the Black report. So recommendations that were made 25 years ago, 26 years ago, that just never happened. Count us in. The government's action plan for DPAD, the Decade for People of African Descent, includes an action to, quote, continue research on student achievement and the achievement gap that targets specific strategies, actions, and supports for enhancing the academic success, scholarship, and well-being of African Nova Scotian students. I know we had staff presenting in committee on some progress that they made a few months ago. I know that there is work being undertaken in the department, and yet report after report, examination after examination identifies these same persistent challenges. And I'm wondering if the minister can comment on why we haven't seen more progress in this work.
The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the members, so there's a number of things that I want to highlight in supporting our students who have self-identified as African Nova Scotian students or Mi'kmaq and Indigenous heritage students. So I mentioned this last night. We have just about 7,800 students in the system that identify as African Nova Scotian descent. And approximately 6,800 that identify as Mi'kmaq or of Indigenous descent. So in the department here, we actually have 2 executive directors now that are specifically responsible for the work that we're doing to support those students. We've now really pulled out the data to ensure that we can track each student within the system that has identified, so we can ensure that the supports are there within the regional centers and within the schools to support those students. So those are some of the steps that we've recently taken. This is the first time we've really pulled that data out from the overall student body within the province to ensure that we're tracking per student to ensure that we're doing whatever we can to support the needs of those students.
Member for Dartmouth South.
I'm glad to hear that data collection has improved. I have to say I'm somewhat dismayed to hear that this began, in the last couple of years, again, after having heard these very concrete recommendations for a long time right now. One of the recommendations in the Glazed report aside from abolishing school boards, was also the need for a coordinated workforce strategy. And so not just within the department, and I've met those executive directors and have a lot of respect for the work that they're doing, but on the ground. So to identify, recruit, retain teachers, specialists, EPAs, in communities that need them, with attention paid to increasing diversity in teaching and educational leadership programs, so that those communities see themselves reflected in the staff in their schools, and particularly in African Nova Scotian and Mi'kmaq communities, and particularly targeting those communities for workforce programs. Can the minister speak to any actions that the department has taken on this? I know you spoke a little bit about an ECE cohort, but right now I'm more interested in P through 12.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. So I want to provide an example of some of the targeted work we're doing through the Buddy Days, to which we fund $1.1 million to that. So one of the initiatives that we had through there was we did a cohort of guidance counselors of African Nova Scotian descent. So there was, I don't have the exact number from me, but I'm going to say we were in the 20 range when it came to folks that went through that cohort. So where we provided support and tuition support to those residents to go through that program. So that would be one of the examples of some of the targeted support that we do. But of course, we're always working with our regional centers, with the CSAP in regards to diversity in the workforce, ensuring that we're constantly evolving with our policies and our hiring procedures. And we do that within the department here too as well. So that work is always ongoing. But I think the Buddy Day Institute and that cohort of guidance counselors was probably a good example of what the member was looking for. So the work that we do.
I thank the minister for that answer. I mean, I hope that there are more specific. I mean, the minister references that as an example. If there are more examples, I'd love if the department could share that with us at this time or later. But for the last 10 minutes of our time right now, I'm going to pass it back to my colleague for Halifax Needham.
I recognize the member for Halifax Needham.
Thank you. Can the minister share if the department conducts regular gender-based analysis of policies, programs, and spending?
Minister?
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I'm just going to ask, just for a little bit of clarity, if I can get the member, we're just trying to pull some information together for her. So so is your question around gender-based analysis within the department or across the system? If she could just ask her question again, that would be great.
Member?
The question includes policies, program, and spending. So I think that would include decisions and policies in the actual school system, but also within the department curriculum.
Minister?
Just give us a moment. Thank you, Speaker, through you to the member. So I guess to try to answer the question, it's really a lens that we put on all of the work that we do, whether it's at the department level or it's at our school level. So through the funding that we provide through inclusive education, I go to the Schools Plus program where really if we leave that leadership to the local level, because not every situation is going to be the same. If there's a particular situation happening within a school or within a community that they want to design programs around, the funding is there for them at a local level to do that. So I think that's important piece of the answer to the member's question is that we always have that lens on everything that we do. So it's hard to put a specific number on that, just because we do it every day, and the funding that we provide through inclusive education, whether it's through Schools Plus, the Youth Project is another example of some of the initiatives they may want to do around equality in regards to gender. We support that fully.
Member with about 6 minutes left. You're muted, member.
Sorry, thank you. Thanks for that answer. Well, maybe something a little bit more concrete. During the pandemic, we know that many parents had challenges related to childcare. During the time when schools were closed, how were staff in your department supported in managing their childcare needs?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So to answer the member's question, so really the department throughout the pandemic never stopped working, particularly because this would be a department that would have such a huge impact on childcare within the province, our school system, working with our regional centers, ensuring that, the recommendations that are coming forward to support at-home learning during the closure. I guess I've been here for a month. I've had the opportunity to work with some of the staff just at a local level as an MLA, but I'm proud to be their minister, and I'm really proud to work with them. It's been a pretty amazing story to learn for me in the first month. So to get a little more specific about how the structure worked, here, people were always in the office here supporting whatever facet of the system we needed to support. And we had a blended working schedule where people were here, people worked from home as well. As I said, the work really never stopped because this was one of the departments and the education community was really impacted by the COVID, and decisions had to be made quick to ensure that when school closed, because nobody's ever dealt with this before. So, you're dealing with school closure, so you're dealing with the supports that not only come with the education side of it, but also the supports that students would have received, as I said earlier, working with Nurse from Scotia and other organizations to ensure that the programs, the food programs that students were receiving, they could still get them. So we would have played a part in that. And as school opened back up, ensuring that we were working with the regional centers to ensure that all the PPE was there, that all of the other supports were there to keep our schools open, and to ensure that we were providing all the supports to our educators who were in the classroom with our children, with all of our cleaning staff and our bus drivers and everybody involved. It was a stressful time. There's no question. We just, everybody was uprooted. And we needed to ensure that the confidence was in the system to keep schools open, and kudos and congratulations to everybody involved within the system that kept our schools open. And a big part of that were the wonderful people that work in this department that I now have the privilege to work with on a daily basis. So we will continue to adjust as we adjust through the pandemic. And now our focus is the safety and well-being of our students and our staff, and to keep them in the classrooms. We're on the home stretch now of the school year. We're starting to have conversations around what the end of the year looks like. It's an important time of year for our grade 12 students and their families. So a bit of our focus shifts there, but I'm really proud of being the minister of the survivor, and I'm really proud of the staff.
Member, just a little over a minute and a half.
Okay, I didn't hear anything there around supporting staff in managing their childcare needs, and though I appreciate the remarks and certainly the work that the department did was very important during this whole period. Maybe I'll go to a last question. I'll go to a last question. What greenhouse gas emission analysis has been done on your department's programming, and can it be tabled?
Minister?
Bless you to the member. So in regards to your question, TIR would really be the kind of the lead on the analysis. If you're looking for specifically on our operational side of our GHG. I don't know if your question was in regards to our curriculum side of things and what I'm trying to implement in the classrooms and some of the training and opportunities I want to do for our students. I think your question is around what we're looking at from a greenhouse gas emission perspective.
Order, please.
Oh.
The time for the NDP caucus for this hour has expired. I recognize the honourable member for Northside Westmount.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will, if the minister would like me to re-ask my question surrounding the Northside Middle School and what the development plans are, just to refresh his memory.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from the member. It's been a long time for that school. The good people of the North Side have been waiting and deserve it, and their kids deserve it, and the teachers deserve it. So that's why it's part of the list. I'll say this, I think it's great, some of the investments that have been happening on the North Side lately. Our government has been committed to some of the work that's happening over there. First and foremost, we have major healthcare redevelopment where we're seeing new long-term care facility, laundry facility, and healthcare center, something that doctors have been working hand in hand with government to ensure is a reality. That's hundreds of millions of dollars of development. Some of the work that Haley Street's been doing and our commitment to supporting adults with diverse needs in the community has been important. I'm really proud of the work that food banks are doing over there, and I know the members been involved with that. And then most recently on the weekend, the work that Kenny Bradley and the crew has been doing around the ball field over there in Sydney Mines. These have been important investments for the North Side. We're hundreds of millions of dollars of investment as a government on the North Side, and the school is really a piece of that process. So TIR is still going through their site selection process. There's, as I've said, there's a site selection before we would go into design, and the community would provide some input. But I want to assure the member from Northside Westmount that it's in the capital plan, and it's something that he asked me a few weeks ago, actually, and I'm glad that we can have the conversation about today. So looking forward to another exciting investment on the North Side by this government, and most importantly for our students in the community.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to thank the minister for that. TIR is, well, it's not TIR anymore, I don't believe, but anyway, that they're in the site selection mode now. Just one last quick question to the minister before I pass off to my colleague from Argyle Barrington. As the minister is probably aware, Memorial High School services the entire North Side, as far as Bedeck and Cape North in some instances. And what makes Memorial unique is the vocational programs. Unlike traditional high schools where it's all academic, there is the vocational aspect to it. Those vocational instructors are all tradespeople, and there's a whole set of parameters, qualifications, and the like that those teachers have to have, which makes them quite different from your normal classroom teacher. And I was just curious from the minister's standpoint, does the department, and I know some of this trickles down to the Center for Education, but what's the Department of Education's policies related to having a queue list of suitable tradespeople that can flow into those vocational settings if there are vacancies? In this instance, there was an electrical instructor that was off since before Christmas, and that position was just filled in early March, I believe. So, and I appreciate that they have to get approved. There's all sorts of standards that have to be done, but I would think that there'd be some sort of queue list of 10, 15 viable candidates that would be already pre-approved that could be deployed in that instance. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member. He's right that the center ultimately does the hire. But what we do as a department is we work with our sector councils and various trade representatives to ensure that they're aware of the opportunities that would exist within the center at home or other regional centers around the province. So that's the biggest role that we play as a department. But ultimately, the hiring does go through the center.
The honourable member.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll now pass the baton over to my colleague from Argyle-Barrington.
I recognize the member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much to the Minister and his staff for joining us this afternoon and for the opportunity to ask a couple of questions. I do want to recognize some of the education projects that are taking place in beautiful Argyle-Barrington. One's the Skilled Trade Center at École Secondaire de Panalba, just not too far behind me, and then as well as École Wedgeport, the new elementary school that's been long awaited for years now, and site's been cleared, and hopefully no hiccups for a 2022 opening, and look forward to support. I continue to support the community with their endeavors to see the construction of a community center as well as part of that build. I do want to ask the minister about and one of the probably first announcements that came from him was regarding the AED announcement for schools, and I was very happy to see that policy implementation. Part of an idea that was introduced in a piece of legislation from my colleague from Queen Shelburne, and that we had sort of dubbed Brody's Bill. So I'm just wondering from the minister, is there going to be a standardized placement in the schools across Nova Scotia for AEDs?
The honourable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just a couple comments before I answer the member's question. Yeah, we talked a bit about the schools in my time as energy, because I know there was some talk around energy efficiency. I think it's great for his community. Again, it shows that government we're doing our very best to spend resources in the communities that need them. As communities have come forward with projects, regardless of where they were, we're investing really billions of dollars in infrastructure. Part of that is our schools, so it's important for his community as well. In regards to the AEDs, yeah, it was one of those things for me that was important. I appreciate the work that the member did before he became a politician, so I fully understand how important he sees the installation of these within our schools. This gives us another network of these in communities. But particularly to his question around is there a place, particularly within the schools, we've recommended to the schools that they place them close to gymnasiums within the buildings. Some of the schools already have them close to the gymnasium, so I think there was approximately 70 schools that had these before I made the decision to put them in every school. But we've recommended to them to put them next to or close as possible to gymnasiums.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the minister's response. I guess to follow up on that, it's certainly obviously a matter that's of significant importance due to my prior professional background, and then even as beyond working as a paramedic, but being on the provincial advisory committee for AEDs as well. So I'm just wondering, what's the timeline for completion for the installs of these AEDs?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member, and I actually have a good friend who's a paramedic. He's actually one of the managers here at Sydney Max, so you may know him, not just through work. He's a good buddy of mine. So just on the question of AEDs, so we have started receiving the devices. The target is September, but I'm pretty confident that we're going to get that work done sooner. Our target is to have them installed in every school for September.
The honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do know Max very well. So it's great that we share a mutual friend there. Another element of Bill 143 was EpiPens and Narcan in schools, and I think at the time it was in the legislation for junior high and high schools. I've heard other colleagues discuss about unfortunate drug use in our schools. So that's, with the Narcan lens, with the EpiPen lens, although individuals may not have a known allergic reaction, they can happen very frequently, and we know that when we appreciate the safety of our students. So just wondering if that's been something that's been discussed or considered with maybe the Department of Health and Wellness, and to see where that sort of that idea lays.
The honorable minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So there's a couple pieces that the member that I actually want to continue to have the conversation with him on after this, just because there's a couple of decisions that still need to be made on how we proceed on a few pieces of this. I can say that that we have a really strong relationship with public health that is engaged with our regional centers and our schools as issues arise. That work is happening daily. We also have nurses specific to our regional centers that are also engaged in these conversations. So there's a number of stakeholders that are involved with it. But I'll say that work is ongoing every day, and there's two decisions that are left to be made on how we proceed on a couple of pieces of this question.
The member for Argyle-Barrington.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'll join the long list of after or off the record conversations that we'll have with the minister. One last question that's sort of in the realm of my critic portfolio, and I did ask the Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness during my time with him, and it's in regard to one of the recommendations in the Fitch and Associates report. It's on page 46, and I quote, implement robust CPR and basic first aid programs in schools as a requirement for graduation, end quote. Just looking, the minister wasn't too familiar exactly with that recommendation. I understand that it is one of the recommendations being implemented by government. So just wondering, how is this going to be incorporated into the curriculum? Is it going to be, you know, not just, let's say, June 1st of grade 12 and you get it and then you're part of your requirements for graduation, but is it going to be, you know, continuous through junior and senior high? And also, how long is it going to take to implement this change? Very important change, may I add.
The Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member. So it's actually in the curriculum now in certain courses that students would take, whether it's through, you know, one of the examples would be cooperative education, where we'd be looking at aspects of health and safety and, of course, CPR and whatnot. So it actually exists within the curriculum now. In regards to the question from the member, in regards to the report, we're actually working with health now to determine what the next steps are going to be. But I think it's important to recognize that it actually is in the system now in certain aspects of it, so students can actually take it and learn the skills necessary. But there needs to be a further conversation with health on how we proceed into the future.
Member?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you to the minister. I'm glad to hear that's part of the curriculum. I guess just reading the recommendation as it is, it sounds like it's almost a broadened requirement that would be mandatory for all students, but we can continue that discussion later on. I do have two more questions, very sort of on the same lines as my colleagues had asked before. So it must be widespread issues. One on the first one on water. Back when the report was released, there was 397 analysis tests done in Argyle-Barrington schools. 66% of those tests exceeded acceptable lead concentrations, and 55% of those exceeded copper concentrations. Just looking for an update from the minister on how things are progressing to improve water quality in schools, not only in my constituency of Argyle-Barrington, but across the province.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the member, I don't want to sound too repetitive when I say this because it's important to his constituents and the schools across the province. And the most up-to-date information for schools, particularly in the members' area, would be on the regional site, so you can go there and get an update on the work that's been done. What I'll reiterate to the member again is that we are installing these new stations across the province, these water stations. When we do that, then we will do additional tests to determine if the installation of these stations has corrected the situation to bring it down to the required levels that it needs to be for what the members offered. And if not, then we have to look at additional remediation. So that would be the next step.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the minister's update. I do want to touch on the topic of busing, and I'd like to hear the minister's thoughts on busing of students where there's split families and where they may be just on the border of catchment areas. I have sent off a note to the minister's office on this, on one particular case in my constituency, and communicated with the Regional Center for Education. It just seems that students are somewhat at a disadvantage, at no fault of their own, because of split families and not enough maybe flexibility when it comes to busing policy. So just wondering if the minister could provide a few comments on that and his thoughts on entertaining any exemptions to cases like this.
The honourable minister.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question. Remember, this is a question that comes up frequently since I've taken over this role. And again, what I'd like to reiterate to everyone is that really the decisions are made at the regional center. I know that there are some situations, I deal with them myself as a local MLA, and I know the chair does as well in his community. We're talking to a few families there as well, but I think the best way to try to address these is you went to the regional center. Listen, I'm always happy to have the conversation about any situation, but we leave that ultimately the decision to the regional center. But I would ask maybe the member and I can have a side conversation at another point past this.
The honourable member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the minister's offer for future conversation. So I guess we'll have lots to discuss on the phone at a later date. So with that wraps up my few moments of questions, and I'll pass it off to my colleague from Dartmouth East. Right? I think I got it. My bearing's correct.
That's the correct. From Dartmouth East.
I recognize the member from Dartmouth East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, Minister, it sounds like there will be a lot of follow-up discussions. That's great to hear. With respect to our discussion last night, specifically on our discussion on prescription drugs and opioids, and that being a specific curriculum outcome in our schools throughout our grades. I sent a note, I sent an email to your office, and I copied Dale Gelada, the mother of Olivia Gelada, so your staff has that, and obviously, Minister, if you could have that meeting with her, it would be greatly appreciated. She's a wonderful advocate, and I think you'll both have a lot to gain through that. So thank you for that commitment. Second thing, just in terms of a follow-up, we had a brief discussion last night on incidents of bullying and cyberbullying, and it was indicated 2019, 2020 that incidents had been down 14%, but you mentioned that you get the number as to how many incidents of bullying or cyberbullying occurred in 2019, 2020. I was just wondering if you had an update on that.
Minister?
Mr. Chair, how much time left do I have?
About 3.5 minutes in this round, and then there's another 30 after that.
I'm just looking, Mr. Speaker, sorry, recognize first through you to the members. So I just have staff looking for the numbers. So I know you have 3.5 minutes left to the MLA. So if you want to ask me something else while staff is trying to track it down, we're happy to try to answer 2 questions at once.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Sorry, Mr. Chair, go ahead.
Yes, and Minister, we're getting feedback from your sound again this time. So the member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay, appreciate that, Minister. A number of the questions I have will be sort of those quick snapper type of questions. I just want to return to the topic of staffing throughout our schools here in Nova Scotia. Does the department know how many teachers we're expecting to retire this year?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So thank you very much for the question. So really, they track that regionally, but I could say on average, annually, it's usually around 250 to 300.
Member for Dartmouth East.
And thank you, Mr. Chair. And do we expect there'll be an increase in retirements this year? Certainly within the context of COVID, I have no doubt the minister knows how challenging this has been. I think this is a question that needs to be asked. Do we expect that this year will perhaps move along some retirements faster than we expected, given the challenges in our classrooms this year?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through to the member. So I don't know if that's going to change because of the pandemic. I think I always take this opportunity, especially now as our minister, and I do at home as a local MLA, to thank our teachers who have been so amazing through the pandemic to ensure that they're doing their part to keep our kids in school, and it hasn't been an easy time for them. It's been a huge period of transition. So I can appreciate where the member is going with his question, because we've really had to adjust quickly to a closure, to online learning, to at-home learning, and then of course open back up under the protocols of public health, and through it all, teachers have excelled, and based on their ability to teach our kids, but ultimately on a foundation of love and compassion for our kids and for the community. So I really want to thank teachers for that. I have had so many conversations across the province with so many amazing educators who that just, they love our children, and they want to be there for them, and they work for them in a time for children and families that was so unpredictable. That was an unprecedented time in the history of not only this province but the world. So To the member's question, I don't know if it's hard to say right now whether the pandemic will increase that average of 250 to 300, but you know, I think March break, yeah, we knew how.
Order, please. Sorry to interrupt, but we have reached the time for a COVID break. So we'll take 15 minutes and return at 5:55. back to the PC caucus and the member for Dartmouth East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As much as I enjoy spending time with the minister, it's a privilege. I want to ensure all our colleagues get an opportunity to have a discussion with the Minister of Education. So I yield my time to the member from Cumberland North.
I recognize the honourable member from Cumberland North. The member for Cumberland North. We'll go back to the member for Dartmouth East until the member from Cumberland North is available.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so, Minister, as I'm sure you're probably aware, there were staffing pressures pre-COVID. There's staffing pressures now. We have in our schools in Nova Scotia, I guess what you would classify as unqualified, those without BEDs. And certainly, I understand, they play a very important role. And certainly it's, I have no doubt it's a great learning experience for them to be a classroom teacher. And just for the record, this isn't something that I'm necessarily opposed to. As a matter of fact, I started my teaching career in the province of Ontario as an unqualified on a long-term occasional contract in that province. So I understand the function and certainly the issues that they're addressing in terms of the pressures on staffing. My question is this: does the department track how many unqualifieds that we have in the classroom? And when I say that, those without a Bachelor of Education.
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry for the delay. To the member, just trying to pull some information together. So this year, it was a little bit higher this year. I'm trying to figure out what we would do on an average any given year, but the pandemic, of course, played a bit of an impact there when it came to the number. So this year, we issued 213 permits. Of those 213 permits, 102 actually taught. This would be somebody with an undergrad degree with some experience, as the member would be familiar with, as he was a teacher in the system. So we had 102 of those permits actually teach at the time. Again, that number is a little bit higher due to the pandemic, and of course, this would be for instances where we would not have a sub available, and or a course, or that would be difficult to find somebody to actually act as a sub, so more specialized course, as he would be aware. So that, I believe, answers this question.
Member?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for the response. I'm not necessarily in the business of giving unsolicited advice, but I think with those numbers, you have a lot of uncultivated teaching talent right there. That could be harnessed and directed into a BED program as appropriate, and certainly while it's not ideal, I know it is fulfilling a function. I know the schools my children attend. I know there's been unqualifieds in the classroom, and I think you talk about baptism by fire for a lot of these folks. So I see a lot of potential there to direct that talent, hopefully, into a Bachelor of Education program here in the province. That being said, I'd like to yield my time to the member from Cumberland North.
I recognize the honourable member from Cumberland North. You have approximately 16 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm going to ask the minister a few questions. I have several schools in Cumberland North. The first school that I'd like to ask the minister a question about is Wallace Elementary. It's a very small school with a small population with a fair amount of vacant space. And I'm wondering if the minister would be able to share what the future plans are for that physical structure. And additional question, would there be any opportunity for a community member to provide daycare services or other children's related supporting activities in that physical structure?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's great to talk to the member. I always recall my time in municipal affairs when we went on tour, where I had an opportunity to be in her community, and everybody was really wonderful at the time. And I think you were away doing some work at the time when I was there. I think you were in another part of the community, but you live in a beautiful spot, and I got a lot of respect for your local council and the hospitality that they showed when I was there. So when just in regards to so you have two questions there. So Wallace, so there is the center really makes the determination on what the future holds for the school. Of course, I can have them reach out to you to have that conversation. In regards to your second question, in regards to whether or not there could be some other kind of childcare services, I don't know if there's a plan particularly for that school. But it has happened in other jurisdictions across the province. So again, I think that would be something that you may want to talk to the regional center about. I have staff here. They're actually going to reach out on your behalf just to let them know that you asked the question to me, and we'll make sure that they follow up. But it has been done in other schools.
The Honourable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. The next two schools in Cumberland North are in Pugwash. So we have PDHS, Pugwash District High School, and Cyrus Eaton Elementary School. Cyrus Eaton is starting to show its age, and I'm wondering if the minister can share if it would be on a long-term plan for replacement.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to the members. So anytime that that we look at when we build the capital plan for schools, it really the direction starts with the regional center. So the regional center would provide the priorities for replacement or any other kind of infrastructure upgrades to the buildings. So we take all of that information from the center. So there's representatives from the regional center, from Department of Ed, from TIR that would go through those lists of priorities. So I'm not sure specifically if the center has put that school on their list of priorities, but that may be a conversation you want to have with them. That would be the first really foundational piece of trying to get a school on the system for capital replacement.
The member for Cumberland North.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Minister. I was able to see the plan for New Waterford, and it's a very exciting project there through the Health Redevelopment Plan. And I just want to share with the Minister, their Cyrus Eaton Elementary School is going to need to be replaced at some point in the future, near future, as well as in the Department of Health, the East Cumberland Lodge, which is one of our long-term care facilities, is going to need to be replaced as well. And I just wanted to plant that seed that there may be an opportunity for something similar to what we're seeing being planned in New Waterford. And also in relation to that, so between Cyrus Eaton physically and East Cumberland Lodge is Pugwash District High School, and adjacent to that is where the new Pugwash Hospital is being built. And I wanted to just plant a seed with the Minister and also ask the question, has there been any discussion around creating an efficient heating or electrical system that could be shared with all potentially 4 of these physical infrastructure pieces that would be owned by the province? Technically, East Cumberland Lodge is owned by the municipality, but again, a government piece of infrastructure.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for her comments on the development in Waterford and her question around energy. So there's a couple of different departments you can actually ask that question to. There and possibly a few suggestions from my previous life in energy and lands and forestry as well. So I'll say the New Waterford project is spectacular, and I really think that future development in communities across the province should look at that model. The community really rallied. That's probably the largest project in recent memory for that community. That is a massive redevelopment, which is going to not only provide the new infrastructure for their school and their healthcare, and again being led by local doctors in the community. So we're taking our lead from them on what they see. That is a kind of a first in Canada kind of approach when it comes to giving students not only the educational opportunity with the infrastructure and the more traditional learning, but also the tying the healthcare into it to see what opportunities are there for them. Tying that whole collaborative kind of approach to it is amazing. So I would never discourage you from trying to pursue something like that in your community or any community across the province. I think it's just really, it's been an amazing story for the island overall, and for that community that's getting that new infrastructure. In regards to energy, there's actually a couple of departments you could look at when it comes to the energy side of things. I know that on the lands and forestry side, they look at some of the pilots doing around wood heat or whatever. So I would encourage you to reach out to them as well to talk about some of those conversations. They may actually be looking at some of that stuff within your community. For us, we wouldn't get into the energy side as much. We work with TIR, of course, on the review process when it comes to new infrastructure for schools, whether it goes on a current site. And of course, as I've explained a few times through estimates, there's a process we go through, whether it stays on a current site or if it goes to another site, bringing the community into the conversation. So I guess to try to bring that all together into an answer to your question. I would advise you to talk to a few different departments on the energy side. I would, hey, the staff at both departments are fantastic. Had the honor to be the minister for an extended period of time. So I would bring your concerns that way to them to see if they're looking at any kind of energy projects within the community. Again, really, my answer to your question on what you want to do for the future of your own community, I would never deter anybody from looking at ways that we can expand from the traditional learning opportunities that we have for students. It's a huge success. It's going to be a huge success for that community.
Member with about 7.5 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. It looks like the Department of Infrastructure are planning geothermal for the new hospital in Pugwash, and I guess they did look at wood heat, and they decided upon geothermal. But I do see a lot of future potential of working together with both our long-term care facility and knowing we're going to be needing a new physical structure for the elementary school at some time in the near future. So just wanted to bring that up. Then moving along, we have Northport Elementary School, which again is similar to Wallace in that the population has declined in that community and there's a lot of shared classrooms, but it's a beautiful small community school and very important to the community of Pugwash. And I was just wondering if the minister was aware of any future plans that may change the use of that structure, or is the department planning on continuing to have an elementary school in the community of Northport?
The Honourable Minister.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So there's no plans at this time to make any changes. So, but of course, we're always interested in hearing from our communities and our students and our teachers about any initiatives that they want to bring forward to help support their students.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then moving along into the town of Amherst, we have incredible school infrastructure in our town of Amherst, and you may be aware of that. And we certainly invite, sorry, I shouldn't use the word you. We certainly welcome the minister to visit Cumberland North and Amherst in his capacity as Minister of Education and Early Childhood. Former MLA Ernest Phage played a big role in ensuring that we had new schools built in our area. So Spring Street Academy is fairly new, as well as Cumberland North Academy, as well as West Highlands. We have 3 very new elementary schools in the town of Amherst, and all capacity full. There's a lot of young people, a lot of children in the town of Amherst. And really, the only concerns that I hear from those schools is sometimes, Mr. Chair, is access to testing, like psychological testing, as well as services related and supports for speech therapy and supports for children with autism. And I'm sure it's probably similar to other parts of the province, but I'm wondering if the minister has any comments about if there's going to be any additional investment in the area for supports for these children in Cumberland North.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So there would be access to many of the programs that we provide across the system in that particular community when it comes to speech language support, or it comes to community health support. A lot of the things that we offer within our inclusive education supports that we provide for students. Again, we're investing another $15 million this year in inclusive education. That's going to bring our total to $60 million. We are hiring an additional 250 staff. With that, again, that's autism support, speech language support, and various other supports that we provide within that suite of inclusive education. So I would anticipate that additional supports will be going into the community. What I would advise the member, if you're hearing something that is consistent, that families or the school is saying is a gap, please bring it up with the center, because we're in constant contact with them. If there is a gap, we want to address it. Of course, if there's additional supports that are needed in that community, of course we want to address it, because we know that we provide consistent supports across the board. But yeah, every community is unique, every situation is unique, and we want to make sure that if there is something that we can do to help, that we can. So I would encourage, of course, I'm always here to have that conversation as well with any member of the house. But the process that we follow is that usually the centers will tell us what they need when it comes to resources. And if there is something, please reach out to the center to ensure that our staff is aware of it.
The honourable member with under 2 minutes left.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the minister. So our last two schools in Cumberland North are E.B. Chandler Junior High, and then ARHS, Amherst Regional High School, and that covers all of our schools. My last, I'm going to make a couple of comments because there may not be time for you to answer all the questions. So three other things that I wanted to bring up. One is a common theme that I hear from business owners in our community, and this has been an ongoing issue for about 10 years, is that they don't feel that the schools are educating the students enough about opportunities in our own community for employment post high school or post secondary education. So that's one thing. The second thing is I'm wondering if there's any initiatives for local food and teaching our children about how to grow their own gardens and food. And the third issue I wanted to bring up, and this has been discussed with Mr. Gary Adams in the past, and that is the issue and concern of illegal drug use in our high school and addressing those concerns with student safety. So those are my last three comments.
Minister, if you can answer that in 25 seconds, you're doing well.
Hey, so I'm going to try. First on food, so that's part of my mandate. Part of my mandate is to support local food in our schools, but also give students the opportunity to learn more about local food produce. In regards to opportunities within communities, I think there's a huge opportunity, particularly in that members community when it comes to renewable energy. I want to see expand our trades programs to give students the opportunity to learn more about that, not only in their curriculum.
Order, please.
I tried.
The time for the BC caucus has expired. We'll now recognize the NDP caucus. The member for Dartmouth South, you have 25 minutes. You're muted, member.
Yeah, no, I know. I couldn't get off mute, but here I am. I think this happened last time. Sorry. So I'm going to use 10 of these minutes, and then I'm going to yield my time to the member from Cape Breton Richmond. I have more than 10 minutes worth of questions, but I will also start with a couple of just local questions. One is about the Southdale North Woodside School in Dartmouth. It was replaced, theoretically, just after I was elected. Construction finished on Dartmouth South Academy, which by the time it was built was already seemingly not big enough for the cohort that it attracted. And we know that the real estate market in Dartmouth is booming, and there's a lot of kids. So the school down the street was retained by the Department of Education, I think, for storage for the last few years, but now is home to the pre-primary program. It needs work. So the school grounds are just kind of like rough asphalt everywhere. And clearly the school was sort of in the process of being decommissioned as a school and then was started up again. I'm glad the department retained the school and didn't revert the property back to the city of Halifax, because I think we will need that capacity, but I'm wondering if the minister can tell me what, if any, plans there are for that site.
the Minister of Education and Early Childhood Development.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. So I'm not aware of anything that's in front of me. I'm just I'm engaging here with staff to determine if there is anything. What we will commit to is we'll reach out to the regional center, let them know that you're asking questions, and we'll go from there. And then we'll
That'd be great.
Okay.
Member?
Thank you. That would be great. Any information you could provide would be terrific. There are some big gaps in notwithstanding the investment in inclusive education. There continue to be gaps. I spoke to a teacher today, in fact, while my colleague was asking questions here, who burst into tears, describing the number of students she had who were experiencing significant mental health issues, and the caseload that guidance had. The IWK Choices program, which I know would be the purview of the Minister of Health, but they're now booking 3 to 4 months out for a single appointment. Most private clinicians in HRM are not taking patients at all, and I know it's worse in many rural areas. I'm wondering if the minister is paying attention to or has active plans for immediate and accessible mental health and just social emotional support for students who have been so resilient, but who are still continuing to struggle through this pandemic.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through to the member, that's an excellent question. It's something, of course, that is something that is top of mind for me, and I'm sure top of mind for everybody. It's been really tough, on families and on kids. It's in many cases for younger kids, they never really understood what was taking place. It's something that we've all had conversations with our own children about as we had to close down schools, and now it's been quite a year where we've really in some cases really hard to describe what kids have been feeling about this, and the fear that has been there in the community, trying to keep everybody safe, and they've been so resilient through all of it. So you're absolutely right. It's something that's top of mind for me. What we're doing is working with health to determine how we can quickly address some of these concerns that are coming from our educators, and the amazing work that they've been doing to try to keep kids together through this. Right? It's been tough, and they've been wonderful through it. So we're working really closely with the Department of Health to see what we can do as quickly as possible.
The Honourable Member.
I thank the Minister for that answer. I mean, I think one quick answer is, more clinicians with lower caseloads. And I'll just finish that by saying that, when I finished my conversation with that teacher, what she said to me was, kids come to me and they are struggling. And when I can't offer them a resource, if they need more than just me and I can't offer them a resource for months, what that tells them is that they're not important. And so I really hope that there's kind of urgent attention to this for my kids, for our kids, for all kids. But in my last few minutes, want to ask, in your ministerial mandate letter, you're directed to review the IPP program. This has been a real issue, particularly in racialized communities. There's a lot of conversations about the ways in which IPPs are used and inappropriately used. Can you describe how the review, which is described as a collaborative review, will be undertaken?
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through to the member. It absolutely will be collaborative. Our deputies already had the conversations with the new office to determine how we want to roll out the review. There's been a number of reviews that have been done over the years, as the members aware. But it is a part of my mandate. It's important to me, but it will be collaborative in ensuring that we're doing everything we can and getting the input that we need to make the right decisions moving forward.
The member for Dartmouth South.
Thank you. And the Afrocentric cohort program at Auburn Drive started a few years ago and seems to have been a pretty resounding success. We've heard Karen Hudson's name a few times in the chamber, and I think for really good reason. But I'm wondering if the department has plans for establishing similar programs in other schools.
Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for the question. I think we're coming on the end of our time too, so I'd like to appreciate, as always, appreciate the conversation we've had over the last few days, which I'm sure will continue as we move forward. So we're very proud of that program. We're looking at what supports we want to provide really right across the board. And again, that goes back to what I've been talking about around the investments that we're making to inclusive education. It is a huge focus of the $15 million that we're putting in again this year to support that work across the system.
Member?
Thank you, Minister, and I appreciate your answers. And I'm going to yield the remainder of my time to the member from Cape Breton-Richmond.
I recognize the member from Cape Breton-Richmond with 15 minutes left. No mic. Your mic must be turned off your headphones.
How about now? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the member for ceding me some of her time. Less than 15 minutes now, so I feel like, Mr. Minister, we're about to embark on what I can imagine might be a form of, what speed dating must be like. So let's get her done. Wanted to just start off by saying I'm a parent to a son that's now 31, but who went through both the provincial school program through French immersion, and then went through the Conseil Scolaire Acadien, and then ended up his education finished in a private school for the last 2 years, which cost me a small fortune, but ended up having an IB diploma at the end. And so my first question, having had that kind of broad experience of the different school systems, Can the minister tell me if there are any plans to expand the opportunity for IB programs throughout Cape Breton Island? And specifically, I'd like to know within my own constituency of Cape Breton Richmond. And I ask this simply because I know of the value that came from my son going through that IB program, as grumpy as he was sometimes with the amount of homework.
Minister?
So thank you, Mr. Speaker, through you to the member. And listen, I appreciate that we only have a few minutes. So like, I don't want to take too much time off mic. I want you to be able to have the opportunity to ask your questions. So at this point right now, I don't have any plans to expand the program. I know that it is in schools across jurisdictions in the province. I actually went to a school where IB was there. So I know people that went through the program as well. But at this point right now, there's no plan to expand IB at other schools. But again, it's something that the regional centers would probably have more to say about. If they wanted to look at it, they would have to submit a proposal to us.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. I'll keep that in mind. I just know, again, the advantage of having some of your first year of school, I should say first year of university, already kind of tucked under your belt. If you do, considerably well on your international exams, it's kind of an advantage. You save a lot of money, obviously, going into your first year of university by being able to take advantage of some of that. So just something to keep in mind anyway, moving forward. The second thing is, and I believe another member had touched upon it earlier, was local procurement. Many members know that obviously I've been farming for quite a few years, and local food and food security is something for which I'm extremely passionate about. I know in other areas of the world, specifically in France, the kids sometimes they have lunch together and they use real utensils, and there's one child that is responsible for making certain that the table is set. The other kids are in the kitchen actually preparing the food, and it's an actual event that they're utilizing some time as part of the curriculum, that they all have a responsibility to either prepare the food, to prepare the table, or to do cleanup. And I just think it's an awesome opportunity for children to be able to gather together and to learn some skills, obviously, social skills and food-related skills, but also they utilize a lot of locally produced foods. And so I'm wondering if the minister can tell me if there are any plans in place to try and increase the amount of locally procured foods within our school systems.
So I want to thank the member for the question. So absolutely, yeah. So this is something that's part of my my mandate, is to look at food supply in schools. But of course, as somebody who used to be in the entrepreneurship world of programming and education, this is important to me. I think that we have some great opportunities across the province for local producers to be part of the conversation. I will be reaching out to some of them. I know some of our neighboring provinces have been looking at this as well, so I'll be reaching out to them as well.
The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Minister. The next question is about, again, on the food-related scope, but also expanding, I guess, our horizons when it comes to curriculum offerings around producing food and understanding where our food comes from. And I know some schools have some local gardens, community gardens near them that they, contribute to. But I'm thinking actually in the curriculum itself to get kids really excited about farming and agriculture at a very young age, as opposed to, a lot of people obviously grow up in it. I didn't grow up as a farmer. I decided to go into farming as a new farmer. My grandfather would have been a farmer, and my dad did a bit of farming as well, but that was before my time. So I kind of jumped into it with a keen interest, but it would have been great to actually have that introduced to me at a young age, just like many other things. And so I'm wondering if there's a possibility of being able to, again, integrate more about agriculture and farming and animal husbandry through our curriculum for children who are, elementary school, junior high, and then high school.
I think, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So in the curriculum for P6, there actually is some of what you're looking for in regards to what we're teaching and exposing our students to when it comes to food and in that area. Also, we have a close relationship with the Department of Agriculture that we utilize their support and their expertise to expose students to that world. Again, it's something that's part of my mandate letter when it comes to local produced food, but it's not just about the actual food. It's actually about what else can we do to support kids and expose them to the sector and a potential future for them.
The member with about 8 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your response. Within my constituency, in fact, just down the road, as we say in Cape Breton, from my constituency office in St. Peter's, we have an amazing opportunity. There's a beautiful camp called Camp Rankin. I went to it as a child myself. It's a 4-H camp. Beautiful legacy, actually, to be able to have that resource in our community. It is a 4-H camp, and so I guess my question to the minister is, does the minister have plans, or 4-H is one of those things where it's about the development of the whole child, it's about leadership, it's more than just agriculture, but sometimes I think that, in some areas that agriculture may have not petered out, but maybe is not the main focus. And so I'm wondering if, again, the minister may be looking at reaching out to organizations that are extremely well rooted, obviously, in child leadership development, but also agriculture in particular, to be able to do some marrying of program and opportunities within the schools and be able to enhance that program a little bit as an offering.
Minister.
I think, Mr. Speaker, through you to the members. So we're actually engaged with 4-H now. So grade 10s can take the 4-H program as part of their development. If they take the course through 4-H, then that would they could take that in place of something else. So so that relationship does exist now with 4-H. I think that's fantastic. I'm here talking to staff. I had no idea that actually existed. So full disclosure, but they say it's very successful. Students are taking it, and it's been a long-standing relationship. And as I've said, we work with agriculture a lot to ensure that if there's anything else we can offer to students, that we will. And it is something that our government is supportive of. when looking at, obviously it's in my mandate letter to look at this a little bit further.
Member with, I'm sorry, 3.5 minutes left. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Minister. Just a quick question about the grade 10 4-H. Is that available to all students throughout all schools in the province?
Minister?
Through you to the member, Mr. Speaker. So we're going to actually send you some information. So there is a site that you can check out that I'll make sure that gets to you. That would outline the relationship that we have with 4-H. So we don't administer the program through the school. It's something that they administer, of course, themselves, and students have the option to participate.
Member.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Minister. Just one comment again on a kind of related but slightly different subject, which is entrepreneurship. I used to work for the Center for Entrepreneurship and Education Development quite a few years ago, teaching entrepreneurship. And part of the mandate of my time there was helping to put the curriculum together for entrepreneurship 11 and 12. So that's high school. I have a son who went to university, and he actually has a business degree in entrepreneurship. We're an entrepreneurship lot. So I would really love to be able to know if we are introducing the idea to children right from grade primary that that they can open up their own businesses. We are doing a great job in opening and helping businesses open up when we get into later stages in life. We're introducing it as a possibility in grade 11 and 12. But I'm not sure about the minister, but I was, tinkering around with opening businesses when I was a kid. And I just want to know, is that introduced like, financial awareness and entrepreneurship awareness when children are still in elementary school, as opposed to only introducing it in high school? Because I think we do a great job in educating our kids, but we educate them a lot of the time to become, employees as opposed to employers.
Minister, 1 minute.
1 minute. So I was actually the sandbox coordinator for Cape Breton before I did this. So I was involved with social, clean technology, entrepreneurship. So one of the things that we actually did is partner with Brilliant Labs for our kids in the P12 system. So it's a huge success. I'm actually going to put up this card. We have awards that we provide from grade 6 to 12, but we actually started grade primary, so it goes right through the system. So the entrepreneurship lens will always be there. Something that's near and dear to my heart. That was what I was involved with before I got here. So we're going to continue to do it. How much time do I have left there?
20 seconds.
20 seconds. So I'll just say this. Listen, I appreciate the questions from the member. I'm glad they had a few minutes to have some conversation with me. And if you run into any of the Mummerkets in Richmond, tell them that Cousin Derek said hi.
I will. Thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Okay.
Order, please. The time for questioning has expired. I don't know whether I should call what the minister put up there proper or not, but anyway, we'll call on the minister now for some closing remarks and to put his resolution forward. The minister.
How much time do I have, Mr. Speaker?
10 minutes.
10 minutes. Okay. So I'll start off by saying thank you to everybody over the last couple of days that have taken the time to spend with me to talk about education, the importance of education in the province. I've also been supported by a number of staff members in answering those questions. It's always a journey when you're in a job for a month and then you're thrown up for 8 hours of estimates and you try to be an expert, which sometimes can sound way more political than you want it to. And I'm sure for my members too, I do my very best to be as accessible as possible to all of you. So, of course, you had a number of questions and some great ideas as we talked. for the last couple of days. So as you know, whether it was in education or energy or any other department, I'm always here to answer your questions to my best of my ability. I've had the opportunity to travel the province, the honor of being a cabinet minister, and I've had the opportunity to see many of your communities, actually all of your communities. So I've seen a lot of strengths, and I think there's a lot of opportunities, both in our urban areas and also in communities across the province. So I appreciate your feedback. I know how much our students in this province mean to all of you, and it's been a great conversation. I really want to reiterate, and I've said it a few times throughout the conversation over the last 2 days, is that this has been a year like no other in our system. We have never dealt with anything like this before. Nobody has. But the staff in this department have been amazing to do what we need to do as a government, as we made decisions in consultation with public health. They have stepped up time and time again to ensure that we're doing whatever we can to support the overall system. To the people on the ground in our communities, to our educators, to everybody who supports those educators and the specialized services that we provide, to students, to our janitorial staff, to our cleaning staff, to our bus drivers, to the folks that are preparing meals for our kids every day, to our early childhood educators, whether they're in the pre-primary system or they're outside in the sector. I cannot express my thank you from all of us, whether we're on the government side or not, as all MLAs. I think I speak on behalf of all of us when I say this. I cannot express our gratitude to the work that you have done to keep our schools open, to keep our schools operating, to keep our classrooms open for our children, to keep the supports in place for our kids and our families to access. In the event when we closed down, we had, I talked about it earlier, we had people who, we had to move to at-home learning. We had to adjust quickly. We had to provide technology to ensure that we were continuing to do what we could. We had to upgrade our Wi-Fi services. There are people on the ground, there are communities on the ground. Everybody rallied based on the foundation of love and compassion and support for our kids. And it is a story that when the Nova Scotia COVID story is told, all of the successes of government working with public health, with working with our communities, one of the great stories will be our education system. We did not shut down. We kept our kids where they needed to be. And it was done because of ultimately love and support and compassion for our kids. The member for Dartmouth South, she had a great line when she said, "Love is our superpower." When she gave, and she was absolutely right with that, because ultimately we live in a province that looks after one another, that cares for one another, and that wants to see our kids succeed. And that will be one of the greatest stories that come out of this for all of us, is that when the times were as tough as they were, when we had to make decisions, we very easily could have shut down, but we didn't, because we all knew that's where our kids belonged. They belonged in the classroom, and everybody rallied to ensure that happened. So to everybody, I hope this message gets far and wide, because I think, as I said, it's not just for me, it's from all of us. That thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Our kids are better for it. So how much time do I have left, Mr. Speaker? He's muted, so it's a guessing game now. I don't know how much time I have left. We're at 5 minutes. And thank you to the honorable member from Richmond. So as I've talked about throughout the last couple of days, is that again you're seeing government make significant investments in the future of our children. We're seeing significant investments again to support pre-primary. We continue to make significant investments to support our early childhood sector. Again, $75 million in this budget to support our wage floor, to support training opportunities, to support a number of initiatives within our sector, but that conversation continues with them. I'm looking forward to meeting with them again next week. I've been very clear with all of my colleagues in this forum and publicly that I believe the next conversation is looking at a true universal system. We're going to have that conversation with our with our federal partners, and Nova Scotia is ready yesterday to have that conversation. Again, inclusive education has been something that has been a huge investment and part of our government based on the conversations that we've had with stakeholders, with our teachers, with our support staff, with our healthcare sector. Again, you're seeing $15 million more invested in the budget to support the many supports that our students require and have asked for, and what our educators have asked for over the years. Supports for more speech supports, more autism supports, more supports with community nurses within our schools, more supports for mental health, Schools Plus, more supports to support anti-racism and anti-discrimination, supports like the Youth Project, supports like the work that we're doing with our African Nova Scotian and Indigenous communities. So, Mr. Speaker, again, it's been an honor to do this. I'm getting some sort of signal that the speaker's giving me on mute, so I think it may be time to read my resolution at this point. Be resolved that a sum not exceeding $1,591,394,000 be granted to the Lieutenant Governor to defray expenses in respect of the Department of Education and Early Childhood Development pursuant to the estimate.
All those in favor show your consent by saying aye.
Aye.
Contrary minded? The resolution is carried. So, on behalf of the committee, I'd like to thank the minister for being with us the last couple of days, or last couple of evenings, I guess it is. And when we meet again tomorrow, we will be welcoming the Minister of Energy and Mines to the meeting. So, and I got to talk for 54 more seconds just to make sure that we do this legally. I can talk about the Leafs. I can talk about the Leafs.
Listen, it is an honor, Mr. Chair, to have you chaired, and I love taking my phone session.
Oh, Mike,
I know
too
you
much Cape Breton Flames.
Oh, the time must be up.
Oh, sorry, no, it's not.
It was up in the 60s for the Leafs.
Anyway,
how about them Blue Jays?
Yeah, it feels like it feels like baseball weather.
Minister, thank you very much for being with us the last couple of days, as I mentioned earlier, and we are now adjourned. Thank you all. Have a great night.